Hi everyone! Hello, hello. How are you doing today? I hope you guys are having a great day. My day has been going pretty alright, and I am working right now. So, as usual, I have Spirit City Lo-Fi in the background. We'll be listening to some of the lo-fi music there. And I got the new DLC for Spirit City, which is what you see on screen right now. It is the kitchen one, so there are new spirits that we can look for in Spirit City Lo-Fi, the kitchen DLC. I think these ones are like the kitchen ones relating to kitchen, I'm guessing. I did do a little bit of customization off stream just to see what there was, so I might change it up a little bit maybe after I'm done working. But I'm excited to see what spirits there are. Let me know if you guys have a hard time hearing me or if you have a hard time hearing the music, and I will adjust that. Hi, Say! Time to bake? It looks like I'm actually making stew. I don't know, actually. Soup? Stew? To be honest, the way my character in-game is stirring the pot kind of looks more like, you know, Double Double Toil and Trouble? Cauldron Burn and Witch's Bubble or something? I don't know. Honestly, whenever I'm making anything like super and stuff, I never try to, like, that looks like a very, very full pot. I would be so scared of that bubbling over. Oh, I have 100% also like done that mistake of boiling some milk on the stove and not paying attention. Always pay attention to milk on the stove, guys. That's all I can say. The cleanup is not worth it. Going forward, I'm just going to microwave my milk instead. Yeah, the mess is not worth it when it comes to milk. So I feel like ever since that debacle, every time I boil anything on the stove, I get very nervous. So sometimes you'll see me boiling something like very small in a giant pot. And you'll know it's because it's because I'm traumatized. What do I heat up the milk for? I heat up the milk for hot chocky. I was making hot chocky. And I used to do it I always did it in the microwave, but then like I would have someone tell me like, oh, you know, real hot chocolate, you have to boil the milk in the pot and like, you know, throw actual chocolate in there instead of using powder. So I decided to try that once, and you know what? I think my skill level dictates that I should always use powdered hot chocolate in microwave milk. Honestly, it's starting to get to hot chocolate season now. I love it. Kind of. I mean, I was really cold at night, which is really funny because considering I think I was literally just complaining about being too hot like a couple days ago. And now I'm out here complaining that I'm too cold. But it means that I can switch my blanket out for something thicker. I can remove my fan and I can start making hot chocolate again. My computer is going really, really, really slowly today. You know what was funny? Yesterday at work, I don't know what happened, but a bunch of computers went down at work. And honestly, we don't know whose went down and whose didn't, but mine didn't go down. But other people around me, their computers all went down. So you just see a bunch of people, you know, taking walks, chatting with each other, but my computer didn't go down, so I still had to work. It was, why do I have to work while everyone else is chatting? JK, it wasn't that bad, but the computer systems were apparently down for over an hour. The VOD for yesterday? Ew. Yes, the VOD from yesterday. I was not expecting. Haha. The VOD from yesterday was yes. It was a really good story. It was a very, very good story. I'm really looking forward to seeing how part 2 will go. Hi, trailer. Oh, humidity. Apparently with us, we're supposed to be expecting we're supposed to expect rain for like the next week plus. You know, rain for the unforeseeable future. Foreseeable future? We're supposed to see rain for the foreseeable future. Unforeseeable future. Ugh. Oh. Um, You like rain? Yes, honestly, I quite enjoy the rain. Humid rain, I don't think I've ever actually experienced like humid hot rain, but I've experienced it where, you know, it's raining, but it's also sunny, perfect for a rainbow. Oh my gosh, I love it when it's like summer and I'm walking outside and it's really hot and someone just has like a sprinkler out on their lawn. Sometimes I purposely walk under that sprinkler just so I could get, because the sun's gonna dry us out immediately anyway, so why not get a little bit wet, right? The water didn't hurt anyone. Lancel was going to be like, these are my. Well, he showed this other. I don't know. I thought when I saw Silent Salt's design, I thought he was going to be very. How do I explain? Like, very gruff, very violent first, very. Very I'm gonna destroy everything single-mindedly, like you know those characters who are kind of like zombie-like and all they go is just die, die, die. I thought he was gonna be kind of like that, kind of monstrous, like Burning Spice. He's destruction. We know that he's destruction, but he also like he can at least converse. I thought Silent Salt was I thought, to be honest, I thought all of Silent Salt's lines were just gonna be like, die, crumble, you know? But of course, they hit me with nuance and character story and character development. Well, actually, I don't think there was much development considering this was only part 1, but you know, they gave us lore and like, what do you mean this story is giving me story? Yeah, exactly. I thought he was going to be very much like. I thought he was going to be like the worst of the beasts, you know? Like this is going to be the final beast. And the beasts are villains. I'm sure that they probably saved the most villainous for last. So clearly this guy, he has to be the worst of the worst, right? That's kind of how I felt going into it. That trailer didn't help, okay? That trailer just I was like, yep, this trailer's just proving me right. Dang trailer, so you're where all my luck went. If okay, so I did pulls at the end of yesterday's stream, right? I finished the story and then I went on to the gacha pulls before I had to run for dinner. And For lack of spoiling, listen, the characters that came home matched the story exactly. The people who were, and that, guys, the meltdown I had when I did the gacha, I was very normal. Who are you? Oh no, my steak is too juicy, my lobster's too buttery, my story has too much story. How dare they lore too hard? Shoot, wrong, remove. Yeah, so I was low-key hoping that I would get Silent Salt yesterday during yesterday's poll, but I only had 110 pull, so honestly, me not getting Silent Salt yesterday was expected. I got a charcoal though. I got a charcoal cookie. And I know it wasn't confirmed in the story, but I'm still holding on to that theory that everyone had that the abandoned child was Charcoal's ancestor. And okay, honestly, yesterday's post, when I posted it, it was going to be a lot longer. I was rambling on and on when I was typing about various parts of the story, and it was just kind of everywhere because I was just typing as things came to mind, kind of like the same way I yap. I just talk about random things and I jump from place to place. That was kind of what my post was going to be. But I figure, you know what? I might as well just say it instead of typing it because who's going to read all that, right? Where was I going with this? Right, I was going to say that if that abandoned child was Charcoal Cookie's ancestor, I was going to be very happy that, you know, he survived. But at the same time, you know that whole thing where it's like, is it better to die or is it better to survive? Because this poor child, if he survived, it means that he saw everything that happened, or like he lived through everything that happened. So like, and it meant that he had to deal with the aftermath. And that trauma will probably trickle all the way down. Like, have you seen Charcoal Cookie? That man is carrying trauma from like ancestors. I had a melt. Yes, I had you know, during the story I was tearing up, right? And then like I said, I made myself actually cry. Because I took that story and like I started thinking too deeply into it, kind of like the way I explained. Like I was thinking about, oh, the people who lived through it, the people who were affected by it, what happens next, and then I started tearing up, and I started and I started thinking about, you know, like all the what ifs, like this person, what if this person, blah blah blah, what if this person, da da da, and then yeah, that's what made me cry. You know, it's good storytelling when you can get people to start thinking about that. Or maybe I'm just too easy. Yeah, I think the thing that looked the most similar between them was definitely the skin color. or, you know, dough color. They're cookies. Oops. There. Like I said, one of my major gripes of some of the Cookie Run episode chapters is just the pacing, because they have to fit everything into 30 stages, right? So I was very impressed with part 1, but I feel like it's usually part 2 that has problem with pacing, because they have to finish the story within 30 episodes. So I'm looking forward to what part 2 of Silent Salt Story is gonna have. I feel like I'm gonna have to be very prepared with tissues. This better be like angst with a happy ending or something. I don't think I can handle something without a happy ending. Oh, okay, whatever. They were able to get me invested. Yes. I was I think Beast Yeast episode 1 and episode 2 did an amazing job drawing me into Beast Yeast. And Elder Fairy was there. And then this episode 11, also had Elder Fairy. So honestly, I'm at the point where I'm like, if there's Elder Fairy, it's probably going to be a chance of being a great story. Or maybe it's Shadow Milk, because Shadow Milk was kind of there. I was also saying that this was probably the most, this episode of BCs is probably the most evil that we've seen. Oh shoot, one moment, our doorbell just rang, one moment. I am back. One moment. Okay, yeah. From this moment onwards, I might be taking a couple of be right backs because there is a hole in my kitchen. So yay! There's a hole in my kitchen, and that's yep. It's being dealt with right now. So if I need to be right back, just know that it's because there's a hole in my kitchen. Yes. Honestly, I am very easily impressed by stories, mainly because I know how hard it is to write a good story. So I can be very nitpicky when it comes to stories. Like, I will, like, no matter how much I like a story, there will be moments where I will nitpick on it a lot, but it doesn't negate the fact that I do really love the story. So, but I am always very impressed with stories. Um, especially stories that make me think about, oh, shoot, you know? Anything that makes me go, ah, shoot. The game Soma. I think I've seen the game Soma before. I'm like 99.9% sure I've seen Soma. Yes, I have. But I've never played it, and I don't know if I will. But yeah. What? Yeah. So we need to tell Yuko. Listen, if Yuko starts coming out of the hole in my wall, I don't know how I'd feel about that. If one of my friends start crawling through the hole of my wall, I feel like that's going to be like I feel like I'm gonna have to like I feel like if one of my friends started coming through a hole in my wall, I feel like I'm going to need to like, you know, cast of amontillado them, you know, just shove them back into the hole and start pouring cement in. And also when I was going through the story, right, I felt very much like I feel like a lot of people, whenever they see something happening where like a lot of people are so easily manipulated into like turning against something that they loved before, I feel like a lot of people, because I also thought that for a moment, right? The whole, oh, how could you turn against something that you love so easily? Blah 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 blah. You're turning against like your heroes just based on like a couple sentences from this random person. But then you put yourself in their shoes. They're desperate. This person was nice to them, and they manipulated the situation to make the heroes seem, you know, they manipulated the situation. The people are desperate. People tend to cling onto the easiest thing to blame, right? They never want to take on the blame for anything. They always want to blame something. So even though I go like, oh, you know, I would never do that, chances are I probably would in that case. Mob mentality and all that. So I hate it, but I also understand it. Because those are also methods that people in real life use. People who have something to sell, something to push. And that's all I'm going to say about politics. But it's not just politics, right? Anyone who has anything to push at all, like a story to sell, you know, if they know how to play people, I would 100% fall for that, I think. Regret would hit hard. Honestly, having a wall like the cask of Amontillado in my home, in my kitchen, I might as well just move. Because wasn't the whole thing about cask of Amontillado people hearing the screaming from behind the wall because there was someone cemented in alive? So I don't think, now that I'm thinking about it, if a friend started coming through a hole in my wall, reenacting the cast of Amontillado is probably not a great thing. Because it means I'll have to live with someone screaming in my walls. Life is pain. Anyone who says anything different is trying to sell you something. Yep. Anyone who will look you in the eye and go like, that person is the cause of all your pain. Once you get rid of this person, your life would be easy. Yeah, that's a lie. If pain was that easily taken away, nothing really would be worth living for. But again, it's really easy for me to say this stuff because living through it is probably a whole lot different. And I hope I don't have to live through anything like that. I hope none of us do, but... What am I looking at? What is this? But yeah, I genuinely have no idea what part 2 of the BC's Silent Salt arc is gonna be, because this like the way this story is going is like nowhere near what the other stories have been. I feel like the other BC's chapters have been very black and white, where we know who the villains were in that story, and we knew who we needed to take down. But in this one, it's more like, who even is the villain right now? Well, technically, the villains have always been the Beast, but... Imagine part 2 is just Cookie Run Kingdom, the Anarchy chapter. Everyone's just fighting against society. Ginger Brave is the villain. I mean, isn't he a child? I mean, that doesn't, like, being a child, I guess, doesn't make you a non-villain, but that would be interesting. God, he would be a terrifying villain. Everyone loves him, right? Because he already has Pure Vanilla and everyone on his side. At this point, he's already won. You head out to a battle and you see Ginger Brave sitting there. Alright, boys, pack it up. We've lost. What am I looking at? You find out and he just smiles and no one will believe you. Oh my god, that was terrifying. But hey, at that point, if you can't beat him, join him, right? Like, you can't beat Ginger Brave, so you might as well join him. What's the worst you can do, right? Do you think Ginger... Wait, from what? What do you... Wait, what do we mean about Burns? I mean, I'm sure he probably has injuries from, like, fights and stuff, right? Is there, like, a theory that he has a burn somewhere? Ah, because he... Wait, so people are saying that he has burns because he escaped from an oven? But does that mean everyone else was fine because they didn't escape? They cooked all the way through? Is that what it was? Oh, you headcanoned it. At that point, I would kind of argue that he probably doesn't have burns. He might have, he might be undercooked, to be honest. He might be undercooked. Because when you think about it, everyone else got completely, you know, baked in the oven, but Ginger Brave escaped the oven. Which may just mean that he, you know, he wasn't cooked all the way. He wasn't baked all the way, so... That's why I'm thinking, instead of being burned, what if he's, like, not cooked all the way? Like, he escaped before he was... Nope. I really hope you guys don't hear the power tools. If you hear power tools, no, you don't. He has a special connection with the dough, yes. He is the chosen one. There was no real explanation for why he woke up in the oven, right? Like why he gained consciousness in the oven? Oh good, you don't hear anything. Okay. Yep, I had no idea any of this was happening until a few moments ago when the doorbell rang. I mean, I knew we had a hole in the wall. I just didn't know any work was being done today. We love communication. What am I looking at? Oh. Oh, you were a latchkey kid. I think my parents didn't want to give me all that control. I think they were very protective. Growing up, I used to live across the street from my school, which meant that I got picked up for lunch every single afternoon. So every single lunch, my mom would be outside waiting for me, and every lunch I would leave school grounds, go home, have a nice hot meal, which I kind of took for granted back then because, you know, as a kid you don't want to be the one person like missing out on like lunchtime with your friends just to go home to eat. At least I didn't. And then coming back to school afterward, No, I've never seen Longan Dragon. It sounds cool though. Honestly, any dragon sounds cool. Wait, I kind of want to search up Longan Dragon now. Hold on, let me finish working on this and then I'll search up Longan Dragon. One moment. Alright, let's take a look. Longan Dragon. Oh, that's Longan Dragon. Ah! Okay. Longan looks cooler than Pitaya. I'm so sorry, but like Pitaya looks like a, next to Longan, I feel like Pitaya kind of looks like a kid dressing up as a dragon. Longan also kind of looks like Mystic Flower. I think it's the eyes. The eyes definitely make Longan look like Mystic Flower. Lychee Dragon looks like Shadow Milk. Very, very Knights of Guinevere, very Shadow Milk, very Shadow Milk and Candy Apple mix. Ananas looks like he looks like a Pokemon. And also, if Ananas is not voiced by a French voice actor with a French accent, I will be very disappointed. Place ingredients in pot, bring to a boil, listen to bubbles, and enjoy during lunchtime. Oops, I forgot to change things. Listen to the bubbles. And it's supposed to be at lunchtime, so afternoon. And then there we go. There we go. That might lure in a whisper. Ow. Oh, the Ivory Dragon. So Longan probably does have connection with Mystic Flower. they all use they, them. I am going to forget that, and I am so sorry about that, but someone's gonna just need to remind me in the future. Where am I? Honestly, I kind of love that about Cookie Run. The fact that, you know, some characters look feminine but are male, and then others look masculine but are female. I really like that about the game. Hi Shocker, thank you. Welcome to stream. I was also talking to one of my friends who doesn't play Cookie Run. I was talking about how many good NPC designs Cookie Run has. Like, Cookie Run has some really good NPC designs. And it'll be such a waste if, like, you know, I really appreciate their NPC designs, and I wish some of them became playable, but I also understand if it doesn't, because, hey, it just shows that they're putting in effort. And I remember a cobalt cookie. It makes me wonder if there are going to be other cookies that are going to be like, because cobalt's a type of metal. Are there cookies that are going to be released that are also other metals? Or gemstones. I feel like gemstones would be really cool. Mm. Very inclusive, yeah. Yes, like garnet. Okay, does anyone know about the rainbow magic books? This might be a whole thing, but like, is this a thing? Just a thing? And like, do you guys know about the rainbow magic books, the fairy books? Because I feel like if you know the rainbow magic books, or if you don't know about them, they're basically a bunch of books about like fairies from the, and each fairy has kind of like a power, and their power is associated with whatever the type of fairy they are. So there's like, you know, the jewel fairies, the so there are like 7 fairies that are named after each jewel. I feel like it would be so cool if Cookie Run did a bunch of cookies, kind of like that. I don't know if that made any sense. You know, cookie series. The cookie series. Oh my gosh, can you imagine blind boxes? Cookie Run blind boxes? I'm sure I'm not the only one to think of that, right? But if I am, Dev Sisters, I'm waiting for a check for the great idea. Hi, Bella! Oh, do I sound muffled? Hold up, give me one moment. Give me one moment. The stream is gonna pause for a moment and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me know if this sounds any better. Because usually when I restart stream, things sound better, but I also moved the mic a little closer to my mouth, so yeah. Oh, is there a Cookie Run is there a Cookie Run card game? Like, what do you mean by card game? Like a physical card game or like a digital card game? Thanks, Bella. I appreciate it. Oh, trading card. Yeah, I feel like Cookie Run blind boxes would be so cute. Like, imagine having a blind box and you could like open it to see which cookie you get, kind of like the regular gacha. And imagine the gacha box and it looks like a little oven. Guys, I think I'm cooking. I mean, I'm cooking on screen, but like, you know, I feel like Cookie Run blind boxes, hello? Something that must be done, right? Yeah, they make trading cards for everything. I've had like the One Piece card game. That thing was really cool. I don't have any of the cards, but I think it's really cool. I know my cousin has a bunch of those cards. There are blind boxes for keychains. Oh, are there? Man, maybe I didn't cook. But it would be silly if they didn't capitalize off of the huge blind box boom that's happening. There are blind boxes for everything now. Have you guys seen that one influencer who got sent a blind box from Dove? Like Dove soap? They sent him a blind box. And I was like, dang, that's actually a really good idea. I kind of want one now. Wonder Ball? I don't think I've actually ever heard of Wonder Ball. Oh yeah, before I streamed yesterday, so one of my friends, well, actually I have a few friends. I mentioned this before, but I have a few friends who are teachers. And one of her students yesterday did a whole thing of silent salt for her class. And she sent it to me. And I was like, dang, these kids are speedy. Because I took one look at the thing that her class gave her, and it was like referring to things that, you know, like the knights. It was referring to the knights. It was referring to silent salt. Well, it was an image of silent salt, but it was referring to like silent salt's past. So I didn't look at it too deeply. I just took one look at it and was like, oh, that's silent salt. And my friend was like, oh, is it a new character? Because I've never seen this character before when you talk about it. And I was like, yeah, he just came out yesterday. Like, dang, these kids are speedy. Not only did they already go through the entire story, but they already made fan art and everything of it. That's insane. Never underestimate fans, I guess, is the moral of this little tale. Yeah, like I was just chilling, and then my friend just DMs me with a picture, and it's a picture of silent salt. And I think the thing that they did was like they had to write a letter or something, but this kid wrote it like in the form of silent salt. So that was really cool. And I was like, wait, when did you assign this? Because the fact that you assigned this and that they were able to write it all out already and do a drawing, man, impressive. Hyperfixation at it. Oh, 100%. You got through the entire story? When I first played Cookie Run, back when it first started, I also got through the story in one go. Mainly because I was skipping the entire story. I just want to get to the gacha. But yeah, now I can appreciate the story. Anyways, after stream yesterday, I messaged my friend, that teacher friend, after I finished, and I was like, hey, I cried. Like, all I did was I just DM'd her like, hey, just finished crying. Peace sign, thumbs up emoji. Hold on. Wait, what is this? Okay, perfect. Yeah. Don't you love it when you get an email that you were expecting? Oh. And it's an email that you need to do your work. Yeah. Oh. We have W. Yeah, hyperfixation I think is one thing of but it's not like a, what is it? It's not like a diagnostic thing, I think. But then again, I don't know anything about. Well, I won't say I won't know. I don't know anything, but I don't know enough to say anything about neurodivergent spectrum. But I do think that that is like one of the things that people say is an aspect of something on the spectrum. Yay! Oh shoot. Ow. Hey, congratulations, Say! You're free! Happy weekend! Let's check my pot. Nothing. Oh, what's this? Okay, yeah. I got all the new DLCs for Spirit City. So I have the kitchen now. Actually, let me show you guys real quick. I have the kitchen now. So I've decorated it like this so far. I don't know if I love it, but whatever, right? So this is my kitchen. I don't have anything on it because I haven't looked through everything. And then there's this area here. This area looks really nice and cozy. I need to sneeze. Uh-oh. Never mind, I don't need to sneeze. But this area here. This is a diner table. I don't know if I... Anyways, so there's that. And then I also have locations. So currently I'm in my house, but I also have the train, which I haven't decorated at all either. So let's head back to the bedroom. There we go. And then I'm gonna pop back into the kitchen, where I will be simmering over a pot. There. A nap! A nap! A nap's good. Naps are good. What is it? Like, you're supposed to live longer if you take naps? I love cuttlefish chips. I hope the sound of me chomping on chips isn't too annoying. Yeah, the train one looks really cute. Ooh, guys, I'm on the... What was it? What is it called? The Dream Express? What was it called? Guys, I'm on the train. I'm on the train. Oh, I think this was my favorite. This is so pretty. This is so pretty. I like this. I really like this. What if I make this all look like the train? What if I make it look like the Dream Express or something? The Polar Express? I was talking about the Express. The Dream Express? Was it called the Dream Express? All right, Milky Way, tell me what your train is called. Milky Way, no. What is her train called? The heck? Am I... The Dream Train? Astral? No, the Astral Express is Honkai Star Rail. The Dream Express, yes. Yeah, the Dream Express, I think. What if I make it look like the Dream Express? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, the one with our beloved train conductor daughter. Ooh. You know what? We'll do some decorating once I'm off work. This blue is quite alright. But look at this sky. Isn't that sky pretty? What if I change the lighting? Ooh, look at that. I wish it was a little bit more purple. Evening? Oh, that's nice. Kind of. I think it's a little too glaringly orange now. Ooh, actually, this is the one I wanted. Morning. Look at that. That's really pretty. And also a digital camera. You know, I kind of really want to buy a digital camera. For like no other reason other than for nostalgia. Because I still have some photos, you know, the ones that you had to take to like the photo lab to get it developed. There's just something super nice about that. Okay, I'm gonna go back to cooking. Right? I love the clouds. I love the purple of the clouds. I think the other clouds were very like not one dimension, but like they were one color in a way, or like it was too glaringly one color. But so I really loved the morning because it was like purplish, pinkish. That was really nice. Yes, yes, my little ramen cat. What was her name? Her name was Katsudon. Katsudon's helping me cook. I mean, what better thing to help me cook than someone who's cooking themselves, right? Though I have to say, katsudon is usually supposed to be a rice bowl, not a noodle bowl, but hey, it's cute, so. The last hour before the weekend feels so long. Oh shoot, this is long. Yeah, you know what? I'll read it. The feeling when I thought it was going to be a light reading, but it's 49 pages. Great. Not your leftovers. What did you have? Man, is there anything worse than coming home, wanting to eat something, and realizing you have nothing to eat now? That's the worst. Heartbreaking. What was it? Cheesecake and ribs? Oh no. Illegal. Straight to jail for whoever took your food. Do not pass go. Say you're gonna have to become Sherlock Holmes. Saylock Holmes. Figure out who did it. Demand justice. Interrogation table, bright light. I was gonna say one-way mirror, but who would be on the other side of the one-way mirror? You have to be a good cop, bad cop. You know, you can play two roles, right? I don't want to do this to you, but I will if I have to. So if you're both the bad cop and the good cop, does that just make you the medium cop? Like just the neutral cop? The mediocre cop? Is that how that works? Dear God, can you imagine there's a good cop, bad cop, and then you have the mediocre cop? Uh, it balances out? Yeah. You know, um, my brain stopped. The coffin. I actually never watched the Lego movie. I kind of want to. Like sometimes kids movies have like are actually unironically really good. I think I mentioned this before, but like that Paw Patrol movie was actually unironically really good. So I actually went to go watch the other Paw Patrol movies, but they weren't as good, and I was kind of bummed out. Hi LP, I'm doing all right. I think the weather's getting to me. I'm like hot, and then I'm getting cold, and then hot again. I really hope. It's also flu season. Guys, take care of yourself. Because flu season's coming up. Or maybe it's already here, I don't know. You got Silent Salt not once, but twice in 5 different polls. Bella, share the luck. What the heck? I shed tears for this man. And he's still not... You know what? Maybe that's my problem. Why am I shedding tears for a man? But no, I shed tears for this man. He needs to come home. The Lego movie's pretty good. Yeah, I think I always see people talking about it. But I just never... I never watched it. It's one of those shows that, like, one of those movies that I want to watch, but I never did. Take my luck? I will happily take your luck. I need the luck. You know what? Maybe you and LP can be like luck besties, okay? I'll be over here, you know, just standing here. I'll be standing here, you know, just chilling. You two can be like luck besties and I'll just, you know, vibe here. See, I'm out here nicely asking for your luck. LP's out here stealing luck. That's how the rich get richer. The rich gets richer. SMH. The rich gets richer, the poor gets poorer. And more complainy. But you need for... Okay, see, I'm not too worried about not getting Silent Salt on like this rate up banner because I have, what was it? I think I have 83 fate pulls, and that's got to get me something, right? It's got to. Like, I have to have like this 83 fate pulls for something. How many pulls do I have to do to get like a guaranteed Silent Salt again? Like in the fate pull, how many? What's the guaranteed rate again? 200. Shoot. I only have 83. Dang it. Okay, never mind. I do need that luck. Oh, 300. Ugh. Just rob me blind, why don't you? I bet I bet that one of Silent Salt's costumes is going to be his white and green one. Shadow Milk Cookie from the normal gacha as well as Mystic Flower. Dang, my luck has been horrible lately. Honestly, the past couple of cookie run pulls, every time I pull, I've been getting super epics, which is great, but it's never Dowiel. It's always someone that I already have. Freaking last stream's polls. Last stream's polls was something. It was certainly something. I'm so close to the day being done. Save me. Save me. And for Okay, hold up. I need to make a work call. One moment. Guys, this is great. My phone's not working, and I have 10 minutes until the end of the workday, and how am I supposed to make a call? This is fine, guys. Everything always happens at the end of the day. Always at the end of the day. This is fine. I'm okay. This is fine. Just when I thought I was gonna be home free. Oh, why? Why do you do this to me? Oh, the rule of work on Friday? Yeah, heck yeah, it is. Um, not only is all that happening, but my computer's also lagging really, really badly. Wow, I'm having a great time. I love my computer. I feel like the worst part is like this isn't even like my PC is fine. It's the work computers that's not fine. My internet and everything is fine. Ah, I'm okay. I think this just means I'm gonna have to stay for a little bit longer. It's fine. As for this, no! Why did another one just come into my inbox? Stop! Stop! There's 2 minutes left of the day. I can't do this. Uh... Not the freaking 20. This is fine. This is fine. Wait a second. Right. Okay. Good. This one. This... It's fine, guys. Wait, no, I'm not done. Frick. Oh. You know what? That's going to be a next week me problem. I think when my computer's lagging so much I can't even log out of work. This is fine. Close. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Hi, Uriel. Hi, hi. Sorry. I completely missed your message, Uriel. I got a last minute thing I had to deal with at work. Hi, if you're still here. But I'm done. I'm logged off for the day. I'm logged off for the week. I had to email. No one was really able to give me the answers I needed. So I had to email my boss. And because it's the end of the day, I probably won't get an answer until next week. So, oh well. Time to rest? Yes. You just got back home too? Congratulations! Welcome home! We're free! We're free for the week. But yes, I got the DLC. For anyone... Actually, people don't know this. But I've been talking to Uriel about getting this DLC for the longest time. Actually, I got all the DLCs, Uriel. Because, you know, they gave me the discount bundle. So I got all the DLCs. Okay. And look! New spirit for the end of the day. Perf! Capybara! Oh, is it made of buns? Like dinner rolls? Because dinner rolls in soup? Cappy bun. One of your favorites. I can see why. It's so cute. Laid back side. But oh my gosh, that last like little rush of work was insane. What do you mean people were emailing me at 28 when I get off work at 30? And then of course my phone wasn't working. None of the extensions I was calling was working, which meant I had to search up people's like actual phone numbers and had to like punch that into my actual phone to call them. It was a whole thing, guys. Chop veggies, let the sounds. This one looks like a mushroom. A bird! Bird! Yes. Anyways, I'm gonna turn down. Oops. I'm gonna turn down the bubbling now. There we go. And we are done here. We are done. Ta-da! Oh my goodness. What a day. What a day. Oh, you know what makes you know what's great about this week? Or well, not this week, but I found out that performance reviews are happening at work soon. It's not like I've been stressing about that at all. Definitely not. But now it's the weekend. But now it's the weekend, so I'm gonna put all that out of my mind, and we are going to hopefully have a good weekend because I hate performance reviews. Oh, ace it and get a raise. I hope so. You guys were okay. You guys were there when I told. Hold on one minute. anyways, like I was saying, you guys were around when I was telling you guys the story of how I went through the interview, right? The way I basically cried through my entire interview. I mean, hey, if I can get a job after crying through an interview, I'll probably cry through my performance review as well. But I mean, hey, now they know, right? I actually told my coworker that the other day because we were talking about the performance review. I was like, haha, I don't know if I told you this, but during my interview, haha, I cried, so it can't be any worse than that. And she looks at me and she goes, what? And I was like, oh, did I not tell you? I thought I told everyone. I cried through my interview. The hiring manager actually looked at me during that interview and went, this is the most emotional interview we've had. And I was like, ha 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 ha. You know what they say? You gotta be memorable in your interviews, right? I just took that a little bit too, I took that and doubled it. You know, I definitely gave them a memorable interview. Who else can say they cried through their entire interview, right? That's one way of being. Yeah, exactly. Like, hello? But you know what? It gives me a great foundation. Because if I start sobbing during my performance review, at least they have a precedent to work off of, right? Like, oh, don't worry about her. She'll just... Like, even at my previous job, I was a lot more chill with my manager. But even then, I teared up during that interview too, or that performance review. So, you know... Wish that worked for you. Still got... What? No! No! What? What the... It's okay. They lost out. They lost out. Okay. As long as you keep that in mind, that, hey, it's their loss, you know? Do you remember that one guy that went viral for like bringing a clown to his firing? Like, I think like the email was like, oh, you can bring one emotional support to this meeting, and he brings a clown. And when they objected, he was like, this is my emotional support clown, you can't do anything about it. You like your new job better? Exactly. They missed out, so there. What is it? Like, don't cry because you got fired, smile because it happened. That's a completely different I completely rearranged the entire quote, but hey, if the shoe fits. Man, that's brutal. That's brutal. Missing 1 day of work. Missing 1 day of work and getting fired for it is wild. Like, dang, you can't function because one person had a... Dang. I wonder what goes on in people's minds when, like, yeah, it sucks that your worker didn't come in for a day, maybe without explanation, but surely you would have asked for an explanation before the firing, right? Like, maybe if they didn't have a good explanation, or like if, you know, it's a constant thing that happens over and over. But it worked out for the better. Exactly. You know, I kind of hate it when people say like, oh, things happen for a reason. But I think the only appropriate time to say things happen for a reason is when something good comes out of it. So, because I feel like it's a really shitty thing to say to someone, like everything happens for a reason when they're going through something horrible at the moment. But if they already went through something horrible and something good came out of it, I feel like that's a more appropriate time to say everything happens for a reason. But saying it to someone who just went through something horrible and nothing good has happened so far, I feel like that's a horrible time to say it. So, say everything happens for a reason. Now you have less stress, more pay, less responsibility. That's great. You didn't need them anyway. Well, not anymore, but... They go, yeah. And call me petty, but I love it when I watch karma actually happen. Like, I remember when something bad happened to my friend, she got fired, and then I'm being told stories of how like her job slowly kind of went downhill without her, and I'm just here like, I wonder why. There's definitely no correlation in the timelines, right? So call me petty, but I do love it when karma hits well. But you know, it is also really satisfying to watch like good karma happen too. Like, I think I told you guys, right? Like, I watched so many of those wholesome videos, particularly the ones of people who do good deeds and then like good karma comes to them, and I'm like, yes, yes. The store manager got fired a few years. Oh, wait, shrinkage? Like staff? Or what do you mean by shrinkage? What is this shrinkage? Shrinkage is oh. Eyebrow raises. Little conspiracy light turns on. I'm not gonna say what that conspiracy is, but I'm pretty sure everyone will know what that conspiracy is. I mean, there's gotta be a reason why they got fired, right? Honestly, something kind of similar happened at an old job of mine. It was kind of like I was working there, and they had hired like a supervisor, manager person, and you know, as the manager supervisor, they got to have a corporate credit card. And that credit card arrived, and this person, they didn't come into work, but they messaged me telling me to put it on their desk. And then the next day the card was gone. But he never showed up to work again. And then the next thing we know, he's gone, and all we have are speculations. Yes. Oh, snap. And the funny thing was, it was the day that he didn't show up to work, it was actually the busiest day of the month. And there was a reason for that. So it was something that we were all planning for. It was such a busy time. So we were expecting that supervisor to come in, and he never did. So that should have been red flag number 1. I've had some crazy supervisors, guys. Like, some of them weren't even bad supervisors. They were just, what the heck? You know? Like, no. Crazy as in, whoa. Oh, hello, Silent Salt Cookie. Hello, hello. They've been stealing money out of the cash office. No! How long did it take for them to catch on? I had one supervisor who was like 100% like the rich wine aunt of her friend group. I think I might have told you guys about her. It was like during Christmas time, and she was telling me all the gifts that she was getting her son. for her sons. She had like a few sons. And she was telling us about like all the different gifts she was getting. Like she was getting them like game consoles and a new TV for their bedroom. She was getting them all these things, and I'm just here like, oh, I don't even have a TV at home. It was actually kind of funny because like she asked me, oh, what do you think I should get my son for Christmas? And I was like, I don't know, what do sons like? I don't know what sons like. Yes, the Steam Deck story. Silent Salt got Silent Salt. Congratulations! Woo! Yeah, the fact that he was like, I'm just gonna get him a Steam Deck. And she was like, oh, the TV in his room's getting kind of old, so maybe I'll replace that TV. And I'm just here like, oh, what's that like? And then all the whole stories about how she's just gonna get one of them an Apple Watch because like she's spending this much money on this son, so like the other son needs to have like the same worth of gifts. And I'm like, why don't you just not get them that many? That, you know, instead of increasing the value of one son's gift, why don't you decrease the value of the other son's gift? I don't know. They don't. Imagine if it was 3 years old. That's crazy. Dude, if the TV was like 3 years old and she got them a new TV that quickly, bro. What was the most expensive gift I've ever gotten? Let me think. Honestly, I can't think of what the most expensive gift I got was. Could have been my phone. Yeah, I think it might have been my second phone. I had, in terms of cell phones, I had a BlackBerry for the longest time. Like, this BlackBerry was so old and it was barely working. And I think the phone that replaced that BlackBerry is probably the most expensive gift I've ever gotten. And then after that, I felt bad, so I got my own phone after that. You still need Burning Spice's legendary costume? I think I only have Mystic Flowers. Right, guys? I think I only have Mystic Flowers costume. But you know what? I don't mind because Mystic Flowers costume is amazing. Insert that Lady Gaga meme here. Do you think we're ever gonna get like a Cookie Run Kingdom like animation? Because I was suddenly reminded of how Genshin Impact was supposed to have an anime animated by UFO Table. I wonder what happened to that. Exactly, they could if they wanted to, and consider. Actually, I was gonna say, like, considering how popular Paw Patrol was, but Paw Patrol was kind of a phenomenon, wasn't it? And now it's Bluey. But Cookie Run Kingdom has like a cult following. Like, everyone who loves Cookie Run Kingdom loves it. So I'm sure that if they made like a movie out of it or something, or a cartoon or something, I think it'll go really well. They might not make like the same amount of money as, like, I don't know, what's a popular like the Avengers or something, but I think they'll still do pretty well. Yeah, a mini series. Golden cheese. No burning spice. Well, good luck with that. White Lily and Silent Soul fight. I don't think White Lily and Silent Soul are gonna fight. Like, if anything, I feel like they're gonna sit down for a cup of tea. Okay, that might be a bit far, but you know. I feel like if, in part 2, if White Lily and Silent Salt fight, it will be because Silent Salt, like, lost his mind or something. And then once White Lily beats him, I feel like they could be besties. Okay, maybe not besties, but, like, I feel like they could be friends. And bye-bye. Enjoy your breakfast. But yeah, based on the story, I feel like there is going to be a fight, because I feel like Cookie Run, a Beasties episode without a fight wouldn't really be Beasties, because there needs to be a boss at the end. But I do think that if there was a fight, it's definitely going to be one of those things where they had no choice but to fight. The good old wallop them over the head so they come back to their senses type of fight. The good old, what is it, the Talk no Jutsu kind of fight? But yeah, the way Silent Salt Cookie kind of like shot his way up my tier list is kind of insane. I wonder, and I mentioned this in stream yesterday, but I wonder if they're gonna do more like part 2, because Shadow Milk Cookie got a part 2 to his story. Makes me wonder if the other beast cookies are gonna get a part 2 to their story. Oh, I also saw something because of course I finished the Beasties episode, so obviously now I'm immune to spoilers. Well, I'm immune to spoilers up to episode 11, but I searched it up and people are really out here calling Shadow Milk Cookie the biggest loser. Because he's out here, he's the beast of deceit, and yet he's the one getting deceived every single time. Man just can't catch a break. Yeah, when I saw Silence as well, I also thought like Paladin vibes. So I think you're legally obligated to get him now, okay? Honestly, I said this before, but like before all the beast cookies, they were villains. And yeah, people died, but they didn't feel they felt very like cartoon villain, which they are, but I don't know, like they were still like, you know, good old lovable villains. Good old lovable cartoon villains. And then this species happened and I was like, oh, okay. That's how it is then. Like, I feel like the previous species were just them like, we're trying to be evil, ha ha ha. But like, this one is more like, oh, we're not trying to be evil for the sake of it, we just are, you know? And I think that's what makes this episode kind of cool. Yeah, exactly. Especially, well, I mean, pavlova cookie, I mean, pavlova cookies was okay. Nutmeg cookie was also kind of okay. It was, I think it was Cloud Hete and Black Sapphire that really got me like, oh. I think those two were definitely a lot more, well, no. Pavlova can be pretty like psychological warfare-y too. I've said this before and I'll say it again, but like the psychological warfare type of criminals or like villains are the scariest. The ones that play with your mind and like, you know, the ones that can manipulate you into doing, like they don't have to do the deeds, they can get you to do it because they're so good at manipulating. That's terrifying. Hi Siri! Still streaming? Yes, I am still streaming. We still have some things to talk about. I'll probably stream until we run out of things to talk about, which, I mean... I also have a bowl of kiwis. I love kiwis. But yeah, psychological warfare. Like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words are terrifying. Like, short of being blind and deaf, I don't think there's any way for you to block against words, right? Against your own brain. And I think that's why they make such good villains. Yes, all according to Kikaku. Though, I gotta say, I love Shadow Milk Cookie and Black Sapphire Cookie's propensity for dressing up. Like, they're such drama kids. Every chance they get, they're dressed up as something else. Exactly, it happens in stories. Honestly, every time something like manipulative happens in a story and I watch like people reacting to the story and they're like, that would never happen in real life. I'm like, actually, some people are really good at manipulation, so... Anyways, I was also wondering if anyone else has finished the story, right? Who was it? There was like that one guy I said that sounded like that really high guy in the Garden of Delights. The one who was like in love with a statue or something. He also sounded like one of the characters from Silent Salt past. And I'm like, are they the same person? Or did they just use the same voice actor? How well they know and understand the protagonist. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like you need to be really freaking smart and observant to be that kind of manipulative, because you need to know what makes people tick. They sounded different to you? Okay. Okay. So I was just going crazy. I think for me, the rough part about experiencing something on stream for me is like when I have to run for dinner and I don't have time to actually finish processing it on stream. So it just feels like I finished it and then I'm gone. But like now I'm like, oh, I should have said this on stream, because like that was actually really interesting. Like the fact that the one who betrayed the stronghold location is the one with the pills, the sick guy, the little sick cookie. You know, I thought like by the end of it, when the Beast Cookies factions was had finished their whole tearing people down, like tearing down the knights. Not gonna lie, I think I had a little bit of wishful thinking. That maybe the citizens would feel bad. But then Silent Salt came, and then they were still blaming the knights, and I was like, oh, okay. Like maybe they did feel bad, but they were just looking for an outlet because, you know, the easiest way to not blame yourself is to blame someone else. So maybe there was that, but there was that moment where I think one of the citizens was going like, why is this happening? I was like, they're finally realizing what happened. And then they proceeded to blame Silent Salt, and I was like, never mind. Hi, Wise. Hello, hello. How are you? But sincerely, I am wondering, I think, okay, in the beginning of my stream yesterday when we were going through the story, like I think it was the first couple of ones where White Lily was like, her curiosity was getting her to like bust into tombs and stuff. Maybe I was a little bit harsh on her, but at the same time, she did just bust into a tomb that she promised that she was gonna respect. So, you know, like her ends, it was a great end, but the method of just busting in there, girl, you cannot be out here like Indiana Jonesing after you promised that you wouldn't. Johnny, you finished all your French homework? Ooh, French. Dang, I haven't thought about French in a while. I mean, like my French classes. I kind of wish I continued taking French in high school, but at the same time, yeah. I was at a housewarming over the weekend and last weekend, and we ended up talking about French, and I think we were just like saying random words that we remembered from French, because I don't think anyone in my friend group actually took French all the way through. So we were just like saying random French words, and the whole like masculine and feminine thing, yeah, we don't remember any of that. But I stared my friend straight in the face and went, pomme de terre. And for some reason that just made us laugh like a lot. It's the little things. Sacre bleu. Ratatouille. You started French classes on Saturday last year? Yes, I have French classes. I don't know though that one. Depuis, I don't know that one. On 1 year. You've been taking French classes for 1 year. I'm guessing based on your next message. I've been taking French classes for 1 year. Since Yeah, that's where I've seen that word before. I should have known that. I'm Canadian. I see that word everywhere. Oh my god. I feel like I recognize enough French words that I can look at a sentence like that and be able to tell you what it says. But like, you know, if we went on a trip together, I would not trust me. Like, I should have known that one because it's like those ads, right? Like, since 2005, we've been a trusted cereal brand since 19 something or other. That's where I've seen that from. Instead, I took Mandarin. And I remember that the Mandarin teacher was going to retire our year. So after she was done with teaching my class, she was going to be retired. And I remember after she announced that, it's like everyone gave up. I was like, oh, what's the point then? She's gonna be gone. So before she had announced her retirement, she had actually given us an assignment. It was basically to find a Chinese song and basically present it to the class, explain what the song was saying, what the song was about, stuff like that. But when people were presenting, okay, first of all, why were there so many freaking sad songs? Why does China have so many sad songs? Make it stop. Because, man, the only reason why I didn't cry as hard as some other people was because I was too busy comforting my friend who was crying harder than me. But it's almost like no one really tried on that final assignment, because everyone just kind of like played the song on YouTube in front of everyone, and everyone else was talking and like laughing and having fun, and then the teacher literally stood up and went, "I'm not gone yet, I still need to grade you guys." Because the Chinese love angst. Fact, right? No, seriously, the only reason why I didn't cry as much while some people were presenting their songs was because my friend was crying harder than me and I was trying to comfort her. So like I was kind of like laughing through my tears, crying through my tears, laughing through my tears, trying to comfort her through my own tears. It was really funny, actually. Arknight's creator. Have you guys cried while playing Arknights? Like, I'm actually curious. Have you guys actually cried? Like, has there been something in Arknights that has made you super emotional to the point of crying? You're listening to a character's theme? Yo, I get that a lot too. Like when when I know a story and I don't cry in the story, and then I listen to the music like by itself and I remember the story and then it hits, oh my god, you won't be able to get me to stop crying. Like, those songs that I said I was listening to back in Mandarin class, they were actually really good songs. So once in a while, I'll go back and I'll listen to them. And like, they're really iconic songs. Like, they're really popular songs. So I'll go back and I'll listen to them and I'll just find myself like tearing up. Lone Trail, Babel. I'm with you, Weiss. I'm with you, Weiss. Me too. Though sometimes, sometimes I go back and, you know, I mentioned this before. Sometimes I know that something will make me cry, which is why I go back to it. Because sometimes I'm feeling extra cryy. You know? Like, today I feel like crying. So then I'll go back to like something that I know is gonna make me cry. Songs in Arknights that make you at least tear up. Oh my gosh, you know which one I cry. Well, no, I don't cry. I tear up whenever I listen to Frozen 2, Show Yourself. Especially that part where she goes, "Mother?" And then, yep, I'm like, okay, goodbye. That's the end. Where she goes, "Mother?" And then her mother's voice comes on. I'm like, okay, haha. Yeah, it's a Disney movie. It's a freaking Disney movie, and I'm out here. And then other times, specifically, like, songs like Arknights themes, right? Sometimes, where was I going with this? I actually have no idea where I was going with that. Where was I going with that? Oh yes, sometimes when it comes to songs that come specifically from shows or like games, sometimes I specifically look for the version that was in the game or in the movie, the one with the characters' voices talking over it. Because the dialogue going over the music hits me harder than like if I was just listening to the music alone. So even if there's like an official version of the song without dialogue points, sometimes I'll go on YouTube and I'll find that specific scene just to listen to that scene with all the characters talking. Yes, reliving the moment. Like, how am I supposed to listen to Bink Sake without Brooke counting down, you know? That's illegal. How am I supposed to listen to those bygone years without the talking? How am I supposed to listen to Separation without the character begging for his siblings to come back? Like, what the heck? So good to know I'm not the only one who likes to relive really tragic, really upsetting moments. If I'm gonna feel sad, I might as well feel the full force of being sad. Exactly. Are you comparing us to the critic? I can't believe I'm being compared to a critic and I'm actually agreeing with that. But yes, we are the critic. Honestly, I love music. Music is so good at invoking emotion, memory. So good. Exactly. Yes. When the villain. I mean, okay. I was talking about this to my coworker about how in some children's movies, or not even just children's movies, but in some movies. Honestly, the villain's not bad. They're just being logical. Everyone else is being illogical. Like the Bee movie, listen, the villain, he just got dumped for a bee, okay? Like, and the way everyone just accepted that, like, no, he was being logical. He just got dumped for a bee. And the critic, dude, this restaurant was being run by a rat. Like, come on now. Imagine me, right? Oh god. Like, I'm not saying I would crash out too, but I would crash out. You get dumped for a bee and no one sees anything wrong with that. Suddenly you're the crazy one because you don't want to accept that you got dumped for a bee. Or like, you know, you're a critic, you're a food critic, the restaurant's being run by a rat, but somehow you're the bad guy. Health and safety who? Imagine if that happened to you. Oh my god. Let's see, if I had a partner and that partner dumped me for a bee. Oh god. I mean, first of all, I think I dodged crazy if that happened. Like, if that happened, I think, okay, obviously it's gonna be like a, oh my god, I got dumped for a bee. But I would think, yeah, it's like, I'm not fighting for this person. But also, I'm not fighting for this person, okay? Like, they dumped me for a B. Why do I want this person back? If this person is able to dump me for a B, I don't think I want them back. How long do bees live? I know it's not long. Hold on. How long do bees live? A month to 2 months. Great. Yeah, 2 months if they're lucky. Rage bait him into stinging you. Oh my god, that's evil. You know, at that point, I don't think I can blame the bee. I mean, unless the bee was like, what was his name again? Like, what's the Barry the bee? Yeah, for some reason I was calling him Barry Benson in my head. Who the hell is Barry Benson? Oh, his name actually is Barry Benson. Okay, I'm not insane. Barry B. Benson. Okay. I thought his name was just Barry the Bee, but I guess it really was Barry Benson. Barry B. Benson. Okay. Oops. Hold on one moment. But yeah, what was I saying? I was saying, oh my gosh, guys. So I just got a call. It was my neighbor. Remember when I said that like people are always mistaking their mailbox for my mailbox? Yeah, they still haven't fixed that, so that was them asking if we got something delivered. Like, guys, just please fix your mailbox. Barry B. Benson. Yes, Barry B. Benson. Like, what was I saying before I got the call? I don't remember. Oh my gosh. Right, I think I was gonna say, like, I'm all for, you know, saving the bees. Because bees are such a vital part of our ecosystem. But I think we can say goodbye to that one bee. Because, you know, honestly, being done for a bee, it's embarrassing. But at that point, like, at some point, it's gotta be more embarrassing for them than it is for me, right? we can lose just one bee. I mean, what was that whole thing about bees? Like, there's mating season for bees, and then the worker bees just kick out all the men, don't they? So technically, Barry was slated to be gone anyway. Like his whole role as like as a male bee would have been just to, you know, mate with the queen and then just adios, you know? Exactly. All worker bees are female, and all male bees are just there to mate with the queen. And then during winter, they all get kicked out because they're wasting resources because they don't work. All they do is mate. Fun fact: I actually had like a bee hyperfixation. So I did watch like a lot of videos and stuff on beekeeping and like people rescuing bees. Like all that's really cute. So, you know, the one bee, I won't chase after my partner if they dump me for a bee, because what's the point? You know, I'm not gonna be desperate enough to chase after someone who is willing to dump me for a bee. But like Siri said, they're just gonna, I mean, their lifespan's not great. So to be honest, if that happened to me, I really don't think I would be losing anything. You know, see it as a win. Your partner dumps you for a bee, it's a win. I don't think I would be able to be a beekeeper. Beekeeping is actually a lot of work. And, you know, we appreciate all the hardworking beekeepers out there. I don't think I can be one of them. I can't be one of them. Bug love advice? I mean, listen, there are people who are marrying like AI. So someone wanting to marry a bee or something, it's actually scarily not impossible. It's not that hard if you have space. One of my coworkers is actually keeps bees. She keeps bees and she sells her honey at work. Like she'll put out like an email to other staff asking if they want some honey, and it's very cute. I have a thing of honey at work, so I haven't bought any of her honey yet, but I'm actually thinking about it. Like if I ever need more honey. Find them all crazy? Yes. Have you seen that whole thing where people are... Oops. Hold up, I got another call. Today's just a day for calls. Okay, I'm back. But I was going to say, did you guys see that whole thing about how people were crashing out because their AI boyfriends had become colder to them? Because there's been like a bunch of cases where people were relying on AI for, like, you know, emotional satisfaction. So a lot of people, I think like in 2023, there was a boy who fell in love with an AI, and he, instead of going to therapy, he went to his AI, and the AI kind of like supported his decision to commit suicide, so he did. And then there was like a whole bunch of other things. So there's been a bunch of reforms. Like, people have decided, like, oh, AI can't be so supportive of stuff like this. So I think with a bunch of different AI stuff, they started making things a lot more not clinical, but like colder. So it's more like, instead of giving you warm emotional answers, if you ask them a question, they'll just say like, oh, yes, or no, instead of the, yes, I totally agree with you on everything. So people have been like depressed, and that their quote unquote AI boyfriend or girlfriend have like stopped showing them love, like essentially breaking up with them. And I'm like, this is crazy. Yes, yeah, the new ChatGPT being like, yeah, a lot quote unquote colder, less emotional, more I was gonna say more clinical in their answers, but that sounds too scientific. That's why ChatGPTs are roasting. What else was there? Has there been anything else? Oh yeah, remember that guy who married Miku? I feel like he was the original. He was the original marrying something crazy guy. But didn't he quote unquote divorce Miku because she wasn't giving him enough emotional satisfaction? Like, bro, anyone could have told you that. She's a robot. Anyone could have told you that. Did I get Silent Salt? No, I didn't. Not yet. I do really want him, but I didn't get Silent Salt. No. He's currently my favorite BCs. He sped ran up my tier list, and I feel like he's there to stay. Will I pull more for him? I will. First of all, I'm gonna use whatever free pulls I have for him, with, what is it? Like whatever free pulls they have for his rate up banner. But then after that, once he gets added to the fate banner, I have so far 83 fate wishes. And I was told today that guarantee for the fate banner is 300. So I'm 83 out of 300 to get a guaranteed like White Lily or Silent Salt. So that's gotta count for something. But yeah, once I get more pulls, I will pull for Silent Salt. You stopped believing in love when you saw that he divorced. Oh my goodness. What were some other really crazy things? Wasn't there that woman who married herself? Yes, and then she divorced herself too. Yeah, woman who married herself files for divorce after a year. Brazilian influencer Sue Ellen Carey, known for marrying herself last year as an act of self-love, has now filed for divorce from herself. Despite initial praise for her unconventional choice, she experienced dissatisfaction and loneliness. After 10 therapy sessions, she concluded that ending the marriage would help her heal and move on. Yep. Oh, actually, there's actually quite a few people who married themselves. Shama Bindu in India, Laura Messi in Italy, Sue Ellen Carey, Sarah Wilkinson in the UK, and Danny Adams, USA. These people are called sologamists. Yeah. But yeah, how do you explain to someone that you're a divorced person? How do you explain to someone that you're a divorced person? Because I feel like usually when someone dates someone new, right? It's like, oh, I'm divorced, but my ex is no longer in my life. You can't say that if you married yourself, because technically your ex will always be in your life, right? And I'm sure because she married herself, there's gotta be a record somewhere, right? Going like, oh, Sue Ellen married and divorced. It's like, okay, well, who did she marry and divorce? Ah, Sue Ellen. You know? Wasn't there someone who married an anime? I think so. There's always something crazy. Viral event where a fan held a ceremonial wedding in December 2024 with a life-size cardboard cutout of Yoichi Isagi from Blue Lock. Yeah, it was Blue Lock. But speaking of cutout, have you guys heard about the little penguin Grapefin? And how he fell in love with an anime cutout? Like, that's actually really cute. And does that mean every morning she looks in the mirror and goes, oh, there's my ex again? Oh my gosh. Imagine never being able to escape that. You know, some people, when they break up, they cut off their ex. You know, they never speak to their ex again. Some people, they, you know, they're still cordial to each other. Like, how do you deal with being your own ex? Is it just like, you know, that's it? Yeah, Grapefin and his little love fling with an anime cutout is the only anime cutout official relationship that I see as official. I mean, I guess the other ones are official, but this is the only one that I will recognize as pure and perfect. And if anything happens to Grapefin and his cardboard cutout, I will cry. And then I think, oh my gosh, I thought I was going crazy, but there actually was a TV show on of course it was TLC, called Addicted to Marriage. Of course it was TLC. Yeah, there's a whole thing. It follows according to Google, it follows 4 women who are addicted to getting married. Like one of them was married 11 times. Holy cow. Oh, I remember when I was in university and I took a class in gender studies, I think it was like gender studies and media, and we actually ended up studying this one reality TV show. Have you guys ever heard of The Swan on Fox? It is such a messed up reality show. It is really, really, really messed up. Basically, it's about plastic surgery, and basically a bunch of women who are they're the ugly ducklings, because the swan ugly ducklings, and the whole premise is that they get plastic surgery, which isn't even the crazy part. The crazy part is they don't know what plastic surgery they're getting. So they go on this show with a bunch of plastic surgeons, and they have no say in what they're gonna look like. They just go onto the show, the plastic surgeons analyze them, give them a whole new makeover, and then at the very end, they line these women up and they basically choose who was the prettiest. Like that's terrifying. Gacha IRL? It was Gacha IRL. Like it was a really, really messed up show. I think we watched a little bit of the show in class, and you know, some people loved the way they looked afterwards, but then I think most people hated it because obviously they don't look like themselves anymore. Like they'll go back home and it's like your daughter no longer recognizes the mother, and that was really messed up. Reality shows, am I right? Early 2000s reality shows. Shock value over everything else. I'm sure there are more people who married like crazy things. We probably just don't know about them, right? Surely. How many people do you think are out there who are married to just random things? And when did that all start? But also, like, how do you pitch that? Like, the first person who ever married something else, like, how did they pitch it to the court? Or like, you know, the other systems? Like, how do you even start to pitch that you want to marry an anime cutout? A lot of people married landmarks. The girl who married the Eiffel Tower. I think I remember the person who married the Berlin Wall. And then like they destroyed the Berlin Wall, right? So I think that one made me laugh because she married the Berlin Wall and she didn't even get divorced. It was just they destroyed the Berlin Wall. Like they effectively killed off her spouse. You don't watch? Yeah, I don't really watch reality TV, so you went on Love is Blind. I don't really watch reality TV. I know my sister does, so I'm pretty sure she watched all of Love is Blind too. If I stack a pizza on another pizza, you get 2 pizzas. I need to sneeze. I need to sneeze. I don't need to sneeze. The good old pizza pasta conundrum. One of them's a pasta. Because isn't that the case with all pasta? You mix pasta together and you just have pasta. Isn't pizza on pizza? If you stack a pizza on a pizza, you get, I would argue you get more of like a deep dish pizza. Is that what a deep dish pizza is? I don't think so. So technically, if you put a pizza on top of a pizza, you still get one pizza because it just turns into a different type of pizza, right? And then if you stack those 2 pizzas on top of another 2 pizzas, it becomes a pizza cake. Pizza cake. Haha. If you stack 2 burgers, some people would say you have a super burger. It's a double cheeseburger. Isn't it? No, that's not right. A double cheeseburger has two patties and 1 slice of cheese. Okay, here's the thing. I've always had a gripe with the naming of a double cheeseburger because when I first got a double cheeseburger, I thought there was going to be 2 slices of cheese or like, you know, two cheeseburgers on top of each other, but instead it was 2 burger patties and like 1 slice of cheese. So in that case, shouldn't it have been called a cheese double burger? Anyways, and that always irked me because like if I don't have double the cheese, why are you calling a double cheeseburger? All you're doing is you're giving me 2 burger patties. Thank you. I'm cooking everything except for the cheeseburger. Exactly, there we go. McDonald's, are you out there? Dairy Queen. I don't really eat fast food. Who else does a double cheeseburger? Burger King? Wendy? Y'all hearing this? The burger's core is the patty, so a double burger implies 2 patties. Exactly, which is why double cheeseburger doesn't make sense. Because when if I hear double cheeseburger, I'm hearing the double in conjunction with the cheese, which to me argues that there's at least 2 slices of cheese in a cheeseburger. Whereas a double burger implies 2 patties, so I would argue it's a cheese double burger. I don't know. I haven't had the cheeseburger in a while. Hold on, let me actually search this up. Cheeseburger. I spelled that wrong. Cheeseburger. Okay. 1 patty, 1 cheese. Oh, I wrote a cheeseburger. Okay. Double cheeseburger. Oh, okay. So it actually has two cheese slices. Okay. Okay. It's the McDouble that doesn't have the second slice of cheese. Okay, false alarm. False alarm, everyone. It's the McDouble that only has one slice of cheese. False alarm. So technically, they named it right. False alarm. Yeah, McDouble, 2 beef patties, 1 slice of American cheese, pickles, onions, and a toasted bun, blah blah blah, versus double cheeseburger. You know what? Maybe I will go buy myself a double cheeseburger now. Wait, how much does it cost now? How much does I haven't been to McDonald's in a while. How expensive are they now? McDonald's. Yes. But now I will be looking at all the cheeses and burgers. Oh, gross! What is this? The McVeggie? You know, I thought this looked good, and then I saw the patty. The patty looks kind of moldy. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at the burgers. I say it's been a long time since I had McDonald's, but in reality it's just been a few months. Why is it not showing me the prices? Hello? Big Mac, quarter pounder with cheese, McVeggie. Wait, what's a cheeseburger deluxe looks kind of good. Okay, a cheeseburger is $3.30. I remember when they were $1. Please. $3.30. A double cheeseburger is $4.60. My goodness. Did I tell you guys what I do whenever I do go to McDonald's? Whenever I go to McDonald's, I don't get cheeseburger by itself because one cheeseburger is not enough to sustain me. Instead, I get a cheeseburger Happy Meal with another cheeseburger on the side. Because a Happy Meal already has everything you need in a meal, but for like $5. Whereas if I get a cheeseburger with like fries and everything, that's gonna cost me like $10. So for $10, I could get a Happy Meal with another cheeseburger on the side, and that will fill me up. So you usually get the chicken nuggets. Okay, the last time I went to America, I got chicken nuggets. And I was told that chicken nuggets taste different in America versus Canada. And to be honest, I feel like my taste buds aren't refined enough to taste it. I mean, I love my chicken nuggets, okay? But my taste buds just weren't refined enough to taste the difference. I just ate them all. So, and I've asked people before, they all say that there's a difference in taste, and I'm out here thinking I'm crazy because I don't taste the difference. Nuggy gang, nuggy gang. Also, the nice thing about having a Happy Meal is that there's a chicken nugget Happy Meal, and you can still get something else on the side for under $10. But yeah, when I was in America, my friend was like, let's get McDonald's. And I was like, we're getting a McDonald's? We left the country and you want to get McDonald's? And she was like, yeah, I want to taste the chicken nuggets. And I was like, okay, that's fair enough. And then we're eating the chicken nuggets. And I'm like, I literally don't taste anything different. And she told me that she actually has a friend from America who prefers American chicken nuggets because the Canadian ones don't taste chemically enough. And I was like, that's a wild take. That's a wild take. Yeah, if you guys come to Canada, you guys should try the chicken nuggets and let me know if you guys taste the difference. Because I genuinely could not taste the difference. I just feel like my taste buds aren't refined enough for anyone to ask me if I taste a difference in anything. Like, I'll just eat. Made you crave a burger. I kind of want McDonald's now. Also, the last time, okay, I remember when poutine was introduced to McDonald's, and I was kind of excited. Well, not really, but the only reason why I was excited for McDonald's poutine is because McDonald's has some of my favorite fries. Like, I love McDonald's fries. They get soggy so easily, but like when they're fresh made, they're so good. So I had the poutine once and it was okay. It wasn't like the greatest thing in the world, but it'll do for what it is. So then I got it again the next time. And guys, those fries, I'm sorry, I had to throw away that entire thing of poutine because those fries weren't even fried at all. I feel like they just blanched them and called it a day, and I was so disappointed. Like those quote-unquote fries were white. What if you're like, these are so much better, but I can't stay here? At least then you'll know they exist. You're gonna stop for some BK. Have I ever had Burger King? I think I've had it once. Was Burger King the one that did the SpongeBob collab? No, it was Wendy's. Okay. It was Wendy's. It's like Coca-Cola tastes better in Mexico than the US. I've never had Mexican Coca-Cola. I do want to try it though because everyone keeps talking about how good it is. My only worry is that I won't be able to taste the difference again because, like I said, I have friends who are from Europe and they swear that their chocolate is better. And like sometimes I still don't taste the difference. I think I have like peasant taste buds, guys. That's how you felt about the burgers in Okinawa or the A&W restaurants that were over there. You don't have them. You can't taste the difference between the only way I can taste the difference in things is if I have them one after another. Like if I take a sip of Coca-Cola and I take a sip of Pepsi immediately after, then I might be able to taste the difference. But if you're telling me to like drink Coca-Cola 1 week and then have Pepsi the next week, I can't, no. Like yesterday, my dad made some greens. He made some toy and for dinner, and I came downstairs, and then he was like, "Here, have a taste of this." So I put it in my mouth, and I was like, "Okay." I mean, it's greens. We have greens with our dinner, yes. And he's like, "Have some more. Take it. It's really good. This is remember that taste. Anytime you have greens now, they should taste like this because this is what greens should taste like. This is what good greens taste like." And I'm just here like, they taste pretty standard to me, but I'm still eating these greens. Like these, okay, Dad, these are good greens. And then my sister comes downstairs and my dad's like, eat these greens. And my sister's like, what's going on? So I'm like, apparently these greens are really, really good. So the two of us are just sitting around the dinner table just eating greens. Feeling kind of awkward because we didn't really understand what my dad was talking about. My sister just awkwardly stares at my dad, gives a thumbs up and goes, "Yeah, these are good." Your A&W is apparently a 3. I think I'm pretty lucky that... Well, I say I'm pretty lucky, but I don't usually go to A&W. Oh, I haven't been to an... You know why I haven't been to an A&W in a while? They got rid of the root beer float. they got rid of the root beer float and I have never been back. One day I was really craving a root beer float, so I was like, obviously I'm gonna go to A&W for a root beer float. I go there and they were like, oh, sorry, we don't have root beer float. And I was like, what the heck? So I thought it was just gonna be that restaurant that didn't have the root beer float. So then the next time I went out and I passed by an A&W, I popped inside and asked for a root beer float, and they said they didn't have it. And I was already starting to get sad. But then the next time I passed an A&W, I went inside and I was like, do you have a root beer float? And they said no. And that was when I stopped going to A&W. The Coca-Cola difference is so obvious. Ooh, I wonder if I'll be able to taste the difference if I... Oh my gosh, wait, my coworker's going to Mexico in like the coming months. I should ask. I should tell her to smuggle over some. I should tell her to send some Coca-Cola over. Right? They're A&W. No, but instead, every time I went to A&W and asked for a root beer float and they tell me they don't have it, they'll be like, but we have root beer. And I'm like, that's not the same. I want a root beer float. It's like if Dairy Queen didn't do blizzards anymore. Mexican cola compared to US cola. Doritos? Is it Jarritos or is it Jarritos? Like jalapeno? Because I think we have Jarritos here. Doritos? Because if that's actually Mexican cola, I think I can get that here. Unless you mean like Coca-Cola the brand. Because in that case, I don't think I have that here. Bring your own vanilla ice cream tub and demand a big cup of soda. You know, sometimes I actually thought about doing that, like buying a root beer and then bringing it home with some ice cream. Yeah, if you guys are ever able to go to an A&W, let me know if you guys still have root beer floats and it's just Canada that's missing out, or if it's all A&Ws that no longer have root beer floats. What a loss. Freaking root beer floats. Oh, you know what was really funny? I was at work and obviously we have a communal kitchen and everyone's putting like their food and stuff in the communal kitchen, and then we just get an email from one of the co-workers going like sorry, I opened someone's sparkling water. I thought it was my soda. I'll buy you one to replace yours. And I didn't think much of it. I was just there like, you lost out. You were expecting soda and you got sparkling water? Damn, that sucks. I hate sparkling water, guys. So I went to that coworker and I was like, damn, that sucks. You thought you were drinking soda and you got sparkling water? And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, and it was a root beer flavored sparkling water. I was like, what the heck? Is that even legal? Who even thought that? Root beer flavored sparkling water? Like, at this point, I can understand like lemon flavored sparkling water. I may not like it, but I think I can understand it. But root beer flavored sparkling water? What kind of... Ooh. I also know that root beer is a fairly like polarizing drink. Like, you either like it or you don't. So are you guys on team root beer or are you guys on team not root beer? Because I love root beer. You don't like it? You think it tastes better than beer? Honestly, beer... Why do people drink? Like, is it for the flavor? Is it for the feeling? Why do people drink? There's no way it's for the flavor, right? And you had non-alcoholic beer and it tastes better than that? I remember my dad drinking non-alcoholic beer and I never really understood that either. It's like, why are you... What's the point of drinking non-alcoholic beer if, you know, like, you're not even getting the buzz out of it, so what's the point? You're on team root beer. What about cream soda? I like cream soda. Cream soda, I definitely liked it more when I was a kid because it's just so sweet. But I like cream soda. Cream soda freezies are the best freezies, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, the cream soda freezies are the best. The white ones. You would rather drink water? Honestly, sometimes like just a thing of cold water hits. Some people like the taste, some people like the feeling, some people like the experience. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be able to understand alcohol. But you know what? I don't need to understand it. Other people can have their alcohol however they want. If I go to a party, they can have my drink ticket. I don't need any of that. I'll just be out here drinking my my soda, my little soda pops. And my little juices and smoothies. Fruity drinks, those are the best. They sneak up on you. Speak for yourself. I think I just might be a little bit sensitive to alcohol, or because like even when I have a fruity drink, like a peach Bellini or something, where people are always trying to tell me that it tastes like juice. I'm like, it doesn't taste like juice. Because even from the first taste, I can taste the alcohol and I don't like it. The best and the most dangerous, because you don't realize how much alcohol you're imbibing in. Emphasis on sip of beer, you straight spat it out. Honestly, fair. I was able to make it through like 3 sips of wine before I started feeling like I want to throw up. I was like, oh my god, I'm such a grown-up. I'm going on a wine tour. I'm doing a wine tasting. Yeah, no. Compared to other drinks, I think the only alcohol that I had a sip of and that I was okay with was, I think it was a vodka cranberry. Because that one I didn't taste the alcohol as much. So I think that was the only alcohol that I had a okay-ish time with. My dad was also one of those dads who found it really funny as a kid when, okay, my dad was the type of dad to be like, he played pranks, okay? So, for example, whenever we had pho, he'll tell me to close my eyes, and then he'll smear jalapeno all over my lips. So my first taste of alcohol was actually pretty freaking young. Thanks, Dad. It wasn't like a full thing of alcohol. It was just like a little sip, and I hated it. Thanks, Dad. But yeah, now I don't trust my dad whenever he tells me to close my eyes. When he's holding something, or when he's eating something, he tells me to close my eyes. I'm like, haha, no, why? The Asian experience of drinking alcohol as a kid. Yep, I'm pretty sure. I think the first time my sister had a sip of alcohol, she actually... I had one of those binders as a kid, the ones that were like kind of like fabric and like, you know, with zipper, like one of those binders. I used it for... I think the ironic part was that I used that binder for math tutor, and I hated math tutor. But I used that binder for math tutor, and after my sister's first sip of alcohol, she spat out that entire mouthful of alcohol onto my my binder. And keeping in mind that this is a fabric binder and I had math tutor the next day, yeah, that thing reeked of alcohol. Imagine I rocked up to math tutor and my math tutor could smell the alcohol. Like, dang, this girl's been going through it. Anyways, I ended up using that binder for years afterwards, but there was always that huge stain on the front. But hey, it is what it is. You hate the smell? I like the smell of like fresh alcohol. Like when someone cracks open a beer, like I can't argue that it doesn't smell kind of good. Like a fresh can of beer. Like sometimes I'll take if my dad's like drinking wine, I'll take a sniff of his wine and it smells good. Don't ask me anything about notes or anything. I just know I like the smell. It's the smell, like the day after smell that sucks. Like, you know, the smell of the alcohol on the breath and stuff. Like that doesn't smell good. The smell of hangover doesn't smell good. Like stale beer. Since you work with it, you walk into your storage room, smell it, and go, dang, something broke. Ooh. Have I told you about the time I walked into a liquor store with a bunch of friends? And keep in mind, okay, I'm pretty short. I mentioned this before, I'm pretty short. And my friends are just a bit taller than me. And I feel like none of us really look our age. I think we all look younger than we actually are. So we tend to get ID'd whenever we go buying alcohol. And so obviously we walk into this liquor store and we all get ID'd. I pass along mine, checks mine, it's fine. They move on to the next person, check theirs, it's fine, moves on. And then they get to the oldest member of our group, who's like, I think she's like a solid 8 or 9 years older than me. And she doesn't look her age, she definitely looks around my age. And this guy takes one look at her ID and goes, "God dang!" Like out loud in the store, just "God dang!" Yeah, and there was no way we weren't gonna laugh after that. If you can't find it, it gets all moldy. Ew! Moldy alcohol. Are you the one who has to clean up then, say? Or do you do like clean up in storage room 3 or something? Ooh, you do have to clean it up. Yikes. That's a horrible task. Oh no! Glass. Please be careful. Glass is scary. Welcome back, Bella. Hello, hello. And yet you still don't wear gloves. Wow, what a rebel. We got a rebel up in here. What's a pulga? It's like a flea market. Ooh, fun. And yes, I did end up finishing my work. Yippee! There was a little bit of a hiccup by the end of the day, but hey, you know what? We vibed. And now we're just vibing, chatting, talking about food and drinks. I'm starving, but you know. A fine crushed glass, very tiny and hard to see. I once shattered a glass in my room. I am a genius. And then even after vacuuming, there's still some left over, so luckily I didn't cut myself. Oh, Tokidoki! Wait, isn't Tokidoki the creator of Tokidoki? Didn't he create the mascot for the Vatican? Right? That was the whole thing, wasn't it? Hot Cheetos with cheese. Hot Cheetos and cheese. Anyways, welcome back. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Tokidoki, I think the character's name was Loose. Yeah, Tokidoki. Tokidoki created the official mascot for the Catholic Church's 2025 Jubilee year named Loose. It's kind of cute. Kind of. I know they got like a lot of backlash for it. I mean, the design's cute, so like... I just wasn't expecting Tokidoki to be the one designing a chibi mascot for the Catholic Church. Exactly. Oh my gosh, so many people were making that joke. I got the power of anime and God on my side. Rah! I got the power of God and anime on my side. Ah! And I have the power of a man. But I don't tell me you brought a knife to a sword fight. Nope, I brought a gun. Have you guys also seen like that meme where it's like, oh, Harry Potter, a really thick book. Harry Potter, if Harry Potter had a gun. It's like just a very thin book. Eagle screeches. I don't know, was that an eagle screech? I don't think that was an eagle screech. I've never heard an eagle before. I've seen some though. There've been some around. Yeah, the variation if Dobby had a gun. Which one? I feel like I can talk about Harry Potter spoilers because like it's been decades. But I think the death that struck me the hardest, well, one of the deaths that struck me the hardest in Harry Potter was Fred. It's the whole thing with freaking Elderberry where I'm here like, but his twin! His twin! Yeah, so. Welcome back, Bella. How am I? I'm doing okay. I was really cold earlier, but now I'm really warm. I know flu shots are coming, and I'm still trying to debate if I want to get the flu shot. I'm still debating if I want to get the flu shot because I actually haven't gotten the flu shot in what feels like forever. So I know that if I get the flu shot, I will get sick. It's a guarantee that if I get the flu shot, I will get sick, but you know, I'll also have the immunity. But first I'm gonna have to get sick to get that immunity, and I'm like, what do I do? You finished Silent Sob yesterday, and listen, I finished Silent Sob. Silent Sob? Yes, I finished Silent Sob, and I sobbed. Yes, I did. I also finished Silent Salt yesterday, and yeah, it was a really, really good story. You guys stick regardless, or you rather have the shot? I don't want to give the shot. I haven't had the shot in years. Oh no. Yeah. I'm with you, Say. The thing is, you don't get sick often, but this girl, I feel like I get sick every time the season changes, which is why when I made that post where I was like, I hope I'm not getting sick, it was right when the season's changing, and even now, I'm like feeling a little bit of like a grumbly, so I'm like, I can't tell if it's the season changing, if it's because I ate something bad, or if I was tired because I woke up too early, like, I don't know. Yeah, as soon as I just, oh my god, what the heck? But yeah, the moment the moment I get sick, I'm using up all of my sick days. It is what it is. Sucks, but what the... Yeah, I think my throat just jammed up. It heard me talking about getting sick and it decided that I wanted to give up on life. Which one of... Sorry, I have no luck to... So, couldn't be me. Because stealing luck would mean that I would have the luck, but I don't. Oh, there you go. There's your culprit. Luck stealing transcends game. Yep. Oh yeah, what do I call myself? I have no name. You need the Limbus X Arcanite Egos? Ooh, right. I heard that some people are having amazing luck on that and some people are having not so amazing luck. I hear that a certain blue slime didn't get very good luck. A2 Brute? Oh my goodness, what is this drama happening in my chat right now? The betrayal, the drama, the what else do people say? The something. I don't know. I don't remember what people say. The drama, the gall. What? What is it, Bella? Solid salt. Solid salt, best boy. I'm still so mad about the night. Oh my god. The nights. What else do I have to do? Finished off some things just now. What else? Okie dokie. All right, and then what do I have here? All right. Okay. Okay, doke. Alright, I think I'm gonna end stream here. Because I have finished off everything I need to do on my computer for now. I need to go to the washroom and stretch and get off my computer. I've been on this computer for how many hours has it been? Too many. 8, 9, 10, 11? Like 11 hours straight. I need to pretend to be a normal human being. So, thank you guys for spending time with me. It was a really good yap session. I really liked talking to you guys today. And I'll see you guys for my next stream. Have a good rest of your night, morning, day. Bye bye!